Thank you so much. Very good. Okay, guys. So this week we are going to start a very interesting topic and most important topic. So let me share my screen. You guys can see my screen. Type essay in the chat box. Perfect. So this week we are going to start AWS. Okay. And I have created one form. Okay. I'll talk why I have created this form. But let me tell you one important things here. So far, so what we have did, we have understood the Linux and the Bash script. We understood the Git and GitHub. Then you have understood the DevOps life cycle, right? And those were all the sort of prerequisite. Okay. Now from here, we are moving into the cloud side. And this week, next week, you're going to cover cloud. So this week, we are going to start AWS cloud. Next week, you will understand Azure cloud. How many of you already know cloud, have some experience of the cloud? Type me in the chat box. Perfect. So if you know cloud, it's going to be a bit easy for you. But people who don't know cloud, again, it's going to be easy for you. But what you need to do, you have to put a little bit more effort. In what term? So this week, whole recorded concept is for 11 hours. So you have to watch 11 hours of the content. Why? Because this week we are going to start from the basics of the cloud. I'm assuming you don't know anything about the cloud. Okay, so you will be learning what exactly cloud computing is, what is different cloud service model, what is cloud deployment model, what is benefits of the cloud, what are different cloud providers. So we are going to start totally from the basics. So if you have not been in the cloud at all, you are hearing cloud first time, even you can learn from here. So no worries. Okay. But as I said, you have to put extra effort. Now, most important things here. As of now, how many projects you have been deploying so far? Type in the chat box. How many of project you have deployed so far? No. Okay, you have deployed same project multiple times, right? But project you deployed only two project. Exactly. One is the React application, right? And one other is the static application, right? Static web application, correct? In terms of the application, you have only deployed two application. But this week we are going to add exactly, Jacqueline. So code track, okay, and portfolio. Again, code track, portfolio, all are the static websites. So we cannot call this as a different project, okay? Code track, portfolio, these are the static websites, okay? So all fall into the same category, okay? And one was the React application you did earlier, right? React application. So there you get a little bit flavor of how to install Nginx and all, okay? But now this week, we are going to introduce two projects. What are these projects? Let me quickly share my screen. One of them I'm going to explain you right away here. Okay. So here you are going to deploy a Epic Book application. What is Epic Book application? So this is the e-commerce platform for selling a book. And it has everything what you need from the book perspective. Okay. So you can see the books, you can see the price, you can add to the cart, you can do the checkout. Okay. So except payment gateway, everything is there in this project. And this project has the real backend. Okay. So it has the front end. Okay. It has the application that going to run on the server, and it has the backend. And the whole purpose of this application is giving you flavor of, let me admit those peoples, okay, because I don't want them to miss. Is 13 people is there. People who are late, please be on the time. You missed a lot of important things. Okay. Anyways, let me share my screen once again. So I was explaining. So whole idea of this project is to give you how monolith application runs in the real customer environment. So on the server, you are going to deploy your whole application, and it has the multiple modules, everything you understand later. Okay. And it has the backend is going to run on the MySQL database. So idea of this project is giving you how to run and deploy monolith application in the cloud. Guys, am I making sense? If this is clear, type clear in the chat box. Perfect. Now, another project is book review application. Okay. And there we have the microservices. So on that project, we are going to give you flavor of understanding of how to run the microservices in the cloud, or microservice based application in the cloud. So this is two project, additional project you will be doing this week. So now you understand. Okay. Of course, you have the very lengthy theoretical concept you need to learn. Second, two new project you are going to deploy, and now these four projects we are going to deploy in each and every weeks going forward. So this week really heavy. So please make sure to put all your all things aside, focus and try to complete it. If this week you lag, go behind, trust me, you will be never ever able to catch up. So please don't miss this week. Put your all other works aside, focus, do it, try to take help, try to give the help, take your each and every colleagues along with you. And trust me, if you do this week, and you will succeed in this entire training program, this entire DevOps micro internship. Okay, guys, are you on the same page? Type same in the chat box. Perfectly. Very nice. So as they say, a lot to cover. Okay. So I'm not going to teach you same things again. You can go and watch. Okay. So here is the today plan. For the next 3 hours, I want you to watch the basics concept of the cloud computing and AWS couple of services. So in the 3 hours, we have covered what is cloud computing, what is S3, what is networking. So you have to cover those. And after that, Joy is going to give you the demo. So when she will give the demo, again, she's going to explain all the concept, the way we do it. Okay. But we need to start from there. Otherwise, it will be bit tough. I can teach here. I don't have any problems. Okay. But same thing is already recorded very well, really well. Okay. What happen if I start teaching same things, 11 hours of the concept, I will take 7 days. Okay. Around 80 hours. Trust me. So those is already very well planned. Okay. So you can complete it because you have the less time. Right. We don't want to run this week for the next 3 weeks. Correct. So we are going to follow this pattern. Okay. And so next week, okay, we'll have the less learning things, I can give the helicopter view. It will be easy for me. So here we are going to save our time. Okay. Now let's do the attendance now. So Anjana, could you please start the attendance,
Okay.
and then we let people start their learnings. And as people, I said, okay, I have already created the quiz. Okay. So once you complete your 3 hours of the learning, then I'm going to give you this form, and there is some quiz that you need to answer. Okay. You can see my screen, right? So I have already created the quiz that you fill the details, then you're going to solve it after clicking the next. So again, this is very important, okay? And people who solve those quiz correctly, I'm going to give the marks on the leaderboard. So watch it, be serious. Yeah, allow a couple of moments. Is starting the attendance. Anjana, have you started or
Ye-
shall I start it?
So I have started it. I'm preparing the link, copying the link.
Okay, perfect. Yes, I see it's started. I already see people are writing, and link. Guys, you should know where is the link, okay? By this time, you need a spoon feeding. Here is the link. Yeah, guys, you have 2 minutes, okay? And now agent is running. It's automatic going to close in the 2 minutes, and your attendance will be logged. You can also see there in the threads how many people put the attendance. Aswini done. So far. Please, guys, please give your attendance. We have only around 80 people as of now, and we have 112 people here. Joy, let me make you co-host. Yes, you are co-host now. Guys, around 30 seconds. Please put your attendance. Okay, guys, this is automated. Okay, people who done the attendance. Now, what you can do, please go ahead, open the Udemy course you already know, and start watching the videos. And you have 3 hours. Okay, you have 3 hours. After that, we'll do the coffee break for the 15 minutes. Then we will start the demo. And attendance is going to be closed automatically in 15-20 seconds. This is automated. Okay, guys. So if please make sure. Okay, now attendance is closed. I see 95 people has checked in. Thank you so much. See recorded now. Perfect. Okay, guys. So as I said, please turn on your camera, everyone. We are closely watching you here. Okay, if your camera is not turned on, we'll put you in the waiting room, and please start watching the video. Thank you so much, guys. Please start learning. Flavor AZ Bake. Could you please turn on your camera? You have put it your image, big image there very smartly. Okay. We know you are not live. Okay. Please turn on your camera. Same goes for the Vincent as well. Yes. What happening? Turn on your camera. Yes. Taisir, Victor, Saima, Usman. Saima, you are here. Taisir.
Karan Teja, are you sleeping? Please wake up. I think he cannot hear me.
Hey guys, welcome back. Who is sleeping? Raise your hand, guys, if you have been sleeping. Yeah, there is some people are sleeping. I know it's early morning for you. I also wake up in the morning. Okay, today I woke up around 3:30. I had a call sharp at the 5 o'clock. One of the Indian customer. So no problem, guys. So how are things going? Let me know in the chat box. Great, good. Not at 3 hours. I know. Yeah, I know. I know. All good. All good. Let me know up to where you are. Which topic you have completed. Going great. Super. Which topic you have completed? EC2, S3, S3 bucket, S3. You are in the very good place. If you reached up to S3, you are in very good place. You'll be able to catch up on the hands-on. Very nice. Okay, great. Yes, you are way behind. Why? Creating IM. Okay, perfect. Super, super. Okay, guys, shall we do the quick quiz? Okay, I'm sharing form over here. So please go ahead and answer these few quizzes. Please answer here. And I'm going to add these marks inside the leaderboard. So please go ahead, open this. There's a few questions. Please answer that. Then we will do the small break. And after that, we will start the hands-on. Joy, you are here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, loud and clear. You
Good
scared
morning,
me.
sir.
Good morning. Guys, let me know once you are done. Registered email means email ID you registered with us. Isa, please type your question in the chat box. Guys, are you able to open the form? Which form? Perfect. Let me know once you are done, okay? Type done in this thread here. Done. Sorry. Done like this. Once you are done. Guys, let me know if you are done. Just I only see few people here. Perfect. Okay, guys, I see the result there. Okay. So now let's take the 15-minute break. And after that, we'll start the demo session. So this is 10:30 for me. So 15 minutes 10:45 my time. So please set up your timer and see you guys in the 15 minutes. Then I will hand over to the Anjana and Joy. Okay, guys, please go ahead, take the break, and see you guys in the 15 minutes.
Hey guys,
Am I audible? Yes, perfect. If you're back, you are with me, please type back in the chat box. Everyone, please turn on your camera. Please. Oh my God. Guys, please turn on your camera. Back, super, perfect. So we'll start the demo. Type demo in the chat box. Please, everyone turn on your camera. Type demo in the chat box. We'll get started. Yes, our demo is not completely demo, right? We also explain concept as well. And this is best way of learning. So I will hand over to the Joy. Joy, you are here? Everyone type Joy in the chat box. Joy. Joy in the chat box. Yes, Joy. We are waiting for you.
So you need to make as co-host.
Aha, I need to make her co-host. Joy, 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 Joy. You are co-host now. Yes.
Hi, good morning, sir. Good morning, Angela. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joy.
All right. Everyone, welcome to AWS week. It's always a very exciting week because that's like the foundation of everything that you do. You cannot do anything without AWS, at least for now, before you get introduced to other AWS, other cloud platforms. At least AWS is where it's a good place to start. And the fact that they give you $200 credit, it's why it's important for you to know what is in AWS and how you can make use of those resources in a way that the $200 would allow you to learn very well. So we're going to look at AWS and then we'll look at all the features that we've not been able to do. We just jumped into creating EC2 instance. It was deliberate because we know it's something that you can handle. Now we're going to look at AWS more intricately from one hands-on to the other. The more we do it from the simplest one to the more complex one, by the time we are done with all the hands up for the week, you'll be an expert in AWS. So let's get started. I'm going to share my screen now, and then we'll do it little by little, and we'll keep progressing. All right. So I always like to start from where we get our instruction from Udemy, right? Prior to this moment, you have been watching videos on AWS, learning things. First of all, you try to understand why we are using a cloud platform. How did we migrate from physical servers? Now we have cloud servers. So you have all of the foundation. So start from the first hands-on here, which should be assignment. Okay, 19. So the first one is creating an AWS free tier account and setting up budget management and alert. Now, I know that almost everyone here now have an AWS free tier account. In as much as you're not going to waste time teaching you or doing it again, how to create free tier account, but I'm still going to touch it on a little bit before we move on to the next part of the assignment. Now, if you look at my screen, you will see that for our goal here, it says in this assignment, you will create your own AWS free tier account, emphasis on free tier account, and configure budget management cost alert. Now, before I move forward, I want to talk about free tier account. Now, this free tier account, yes, gives you access to a lot of AWS services. But we get to a point where the more you advance, the free tier accounts may not really give you all the access that you need. So you may get to a point where you need to migrate your account a little bit. This is just to prepare your mind. But I'm not saying that we are doing that this week. I'm just mentioning that the free tier account in as much as it is enough for us, there is still something to look out for. Now we're going to configure budget management. You cannot be a cloud administrator or you cannot be a cloud engineer without understanding budgets. I mean, the end point of all of these things that we are doing is to make money, right? And whoever you're deploying their resources from, you must be able to understand how much it costs them. So learning budget management is a very critical aspect of cloud management, which is what we are going to do today. We'll learn how to create this budget. We know how to create alerts. We just know when you launch an EC2 instance, you should be able to understand, okay, this is how much this will cost me per hour. This is how much this may cost me per month. If you're a very good business person, you should understand why budget management is very, very important. So it says here, this is an important step as it will enable you to practice hands-on activities and follow along with the rest of the course. Setting up alerts ensures you don't exceed your budget. All right, so the first part is setting up and creating your free tier account. Now for this part, I'll just go to the scenario first. Before beginning further hands-on on cloud activities, you need an active AWS account and a way to monitor your spending. You will create an AWS free tier account, explore the AWS management console, and configure a monthly cost budget with email alerts so that you can monitor and control your AWS costs throughout this course. I remember that from the beginning of this, when we started from Linux Week, a lot of people had issues creating their accounts, and they had to become IAM user for other accounts. Well, that might be a temporary solution at the moment. But now imagine that you're employed in an organization and they want you to create your AWS account. I mean, every single reason that you gave that we accepted in DMI, yeah, DMI accepted it, but what will you do if a company gives you your first task to create your AWS account? Which means that whatever blocker that you encountered in the course of creating your AWS account in Linux in the first week, you should be able to maneuver and find solutions to that, because learning how to create your own account, free tier account or accounts that you need to pay for, is very important. So by the end of this, you should understand the process of creating an AWS free tier account, learn how to manage AWS costs by setting up budgets and alerts, familiarize yourself with AWS management console, billing dashboard, and budget settings. Gain confidence in managing your AWS account to ensure you do not exceed free tier limits. All right. So let's start with this. So if you remember that during the Linux week, we've done things like setting up, creating our own account, right? So you can refer to that solution document because that would guide you on how to create an account. It's simply very easy. All you need is an email address that is not associated to AWS before. If you don't have one, it's easy to set up an email address. You just set it up, you keep it aside, then go to AWS console and follow the prompts properly and carefully. It will take you throughout the process and you'll be able to create your own account. But if you're still confused, the solution documents we made in that week is going to help you. Now we have a lot of things to handle today, so I don't want us to take too much time creating a new account. Let's talk about access the billing dashboard. So I'm going to navigate to my AWS account now, and then we'll start from there. Okay, so this is my AWS account now. So if you look at this top part here, where you see my name, we come down here, you see billing and cost management. Now, there is something beautiful about AWS creating this feature, because we have so many resources in AWS. You have the RDS, you have the EKS, you have the EC2 and all that. And each of them costs money. Now, imagine that anytime you finished creating an EC2 account, you have to go to EC2 console and find how much you're spending. Then you now navigate to NAT Gateway and go to the console and find how much it costs. Then you go to EKS separately. At one point, you're going to miss something. Maybe you're going to forget to calculate your EKS. You're going to forget to calculate your all of your resources. And you know we work on resources in chains. So this billing and cost management allows you to track all of your expenses in one place. So come here, you click on this. Remember how I got here? I just went to my profile and okay, give it a minute. So I went to my profile here and then I came down, I found billing and cost management. So that's how you do that when you want to create your own. Ignore my costs, right? This is an upgraded account. All right. But based on what you see on this dashboard, you see that there is 1 over budget, 5 detected, which means that I already have something set up here, but I'll walk you through it. So you come down here. If you want to learn about this billing and cost management, you click on getting started, it will teach you, all right? So this is where your bills are. It's your bills, your credits, your cost explorer. We're going to start from creating our budgets here. Give it a moment. So from the steps here, it says log into AWS console. We've done that. In the top right corner, click on your account name. I just showed it to you. From the drop-down menu, select billing dashboard. This is it here, billing and cost management. Now, I told you this is centralized view of your AWS account costs. Everything that all the charges that your AWS account is going to incur would be handled in this billing dashboard. Be it EC2, S3 bucket, or what's not, everything is going to billing and cost management. Now, why do we do this? Before configuring any cost control, you need to locate your AWS. Yeah, obviously. So let's create a budget. Now, what kind of budget are we creating? We are creating a monthly budget. Now, this budget, it doesn't mean, let me just mention this. It doesn't mean that when you create a budget, let's say you create a budget of $10, it doesn't mean that AWS will stop billing you when your money gets to $10. That's why we are going to be setting up alerts. Before you get to $10 per month or $100 per month, you would have gotten the first alert, second alert, and you decide whether you're going to be stopping your resources or you're going to upgrade. You just make a decision. That would allow you to make a decision. So we'll come down here, we'll go to the budget, which I've been able to show you that this is a very new feature. So you just click on this budget and let's start creating the type of budgets that we need, right? So we're going to be creating a monthly AWS budget. So we'll fill in all of these things when we get there. All right. Okay, so this is the first one that I created. So let's go to budget. Let's create a budget now. So there are different templates here. We have about 2 templates that you can use to create your budget. The first one, use the recommended configuration. These ones are already pre-configured. You can change some configuration options after the budget is created. So this one is like an already made template that you can use. But we're not going to use that. We're going to use customize, because a customized budget to set a parameter specific to your use case. So this one is already predefined. But this one, you get the opportunity to set it up by yourself and define all of the parameters. So we are going to click on this to create for a customized template. So it's explained it here. Cost budget is what we are going to be doing here. There are different kinds of budgets, right? So you can learn this. So the first one is to monitor your cost against a specific dollar amount, which means you're going to pick a particular amount of money that you do not want to exceed in a month. Let's say your budget is, we have about $200 credits we intend to use for 6 months. So to set up budget of $10 or $20 is reasonable. So you will receive alerts when your user-defined threshold are met. We're going to define a threshold when we should be alerted if we're getting close to that amount. Now, using cost budget, the budgeted amount you set represents your expected cloud spend. For example, You can set a cost budget for a business unit and then add additional parameters such as the associated member account. So this represents the amount of money you intend to spend. If it is $10 you intend to spend for a month, then you will set it like that. Then there is usage budget as well. If this is what you want, you have to go through it and decide what kind of budget to create. But in our case, we are creating a cost budget because we want to know how much AWS is going to charge for all the resources that we are deploying and using for the month. All right, so you click on next. All right, so you can close down this part. Okay, so this gives you the step-by-step. So choose a budget type. We've done that already. We passed step 1. So step 2, set your budget. So here we are going to give it a name. We're going to find a name to give this budget. Let me see what I have in solution documents. I can just use that. Let's call it monthly AWS budget. I think that's good. Right, so monthly AWS budget. Okay, then select the budget amount. Period, we are picking monthly. If you have a drop down here, you'll see daily. Daily is going to be very hectic. Monthly, quarterly, annually, or custom. So it gives you opportunity to also set it. If you choose custom here, you set a date, let's say for 1 week or 2 weeks. This is actually very good because you have a resources you intend to keep for just a week. So you can set up this cost budget and then set your alert. But for us, we're going to be using a month. All right. So 1, recurring budget renew on the first day of the month. You have to understand this and know what you're picking. If you want this budget to reoccur every first month, you select this. Expiring budgets. Expiring budgets stop renewing at the end of the selected expiration month. So we're going to go with this one. So starting date, we use this current date, August, and then end date, we can, August 2026, if that's what you choose. So you can do that. And then you enter your budget amount. Now, okay, so first of all, budgeting method. Create a budget that tracks against a single monthly budget. Now you can keep it at planned. All right, so you can keep it at planned or you can adjust it, but we're going to leave it as fixed. Then you enter your budget amount. Oh, okay, let's see. $10 should be enough. $10 should be enough. All right, so then I'm filtering. So you can filter. Now, this part is also very important. All AWS service. Okay, give me a moment. All right, sorry. So now just leave all of these things as they are. There's no need to alter them. We'll move to the next one. Okay, so we configure alert, right? So our budget is $10 here. Alert threshold, we are going to add an alert threshold. Okay. So come down here. We've created a budget, monthly, we picked recurring, either anyone. So we'll set the budget alert here. I wanted to go down here and pick up something. So our budget alert, we're going to be creating 3 budget threshold at 50%, rather 2, at 50%, at 80%, and then we'll create at 100%. So this would be when we have gotten to the 50% of the budgets that we created, we'll get an alert, we'll get a trigger. When we get to 80% of it, we'll get a trigger. And we also, when we get to 100% of it, we also get an email. Please give me one moment. Sorry about that. That's the attention. All right. So let's set up the budget alert. So we start from creating the 50% before we'll go ahead and create the 80% and then the 100. So to configure alert, we just go to alert threshold. We already have that. Then set up. So add an alert threshold. So we'll do the first one here. So we'll select 50% here. So leave this as actual because that's our trigger. Leave it here. So email recipient. Now the email address that where you want to receive this email, likely the email address that is connected to your account. So whatever email that you have. Yeah. So okay, I'm exposing it on video. So you just enter your email address here. Then we'll set the second one. Let's add an email. Okay, so it's fine. I want to reload this page because the email is correct. I don't know why. So let me reload so that I can. Okay, so monthly budget, just that's what we are calling this monthly AWS budget. Then recurring. This recurring, we just set it that we pick it every month. We get this budget. If we pick expiring, it will end in August. Now notice that once I put it as recurring, I didn't have an end date here. So $10, all of that is set already. Then come down here. Move to the next. Right, so we set up our threshold 50% on here. All right. So anytime I get to 50% of this, of my $10, I will get an alert. So I click next. Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to set up all my threshold first before I go to it. Sorry. My mouse is being funny. Sorry, give me a moment. Let me look at the battery of my mouse. I really work with that. this and there. It's so uncomfortable. Okay. Right, create a budget. I will be as quick as I can. Monthly AWS budget. All right, so leave it at monthly. Recurring, already have that. So keep it at 10. Next. So add an alert threshold. The first one will add 50. Add email. So add another one. We'll just set it up all at once. So we're going to add 80. Sorry. Remove this. Set this one as 80. 80%. Where is my hand going? Set this one at 80. Add, for any time you set it, you're still going to add an email. So we'll set the third one here. So this one would be at 100. Okay, so add the same email. All right, so the more, if you want to add more, but I think 3 is enough. So move to the next one, next 3. All right, so you set action. A budget action allows you to define a trigger cost savings response rather, to reinforce a cost-conscious culture. You have an option to attach action that can run whenever your alert threshold has been exceeded. So that's what we are going to do now. We're going to add actions here. Go back to solution document and see our setup. So we've done this step. So the next one is to enter our email address, then created a third one. So we are not adding actions here, but I'm going to mention why you may want to add action if that works. But as the assignment requested, we are not adding an action. So we're just going to review and create our budget. So no actions created, just we have a threshold of 100%, my email address and all. So move to the next. So review and create. Let's go over what we have created. The budget type is cost budget. Setup budget is monthly AWS budget starting in August 2026 with no end date because we made it to be reoccurring. Our budget amount is $10. So we have 3 threshold alerts. The first alert is at 50% of the actual cost. So the cost is $10. So once we get close to 50%, I'd get an alert in my email. Then 80%, then 100%. Right. So this keeps you on your toe. Anytime you're working on a project, I mean, it actually allows you to relax a bit because
Guys, she will be back. So just wait for a moment. I think she has network problem. Anjana, you are here. Maybe you can take the stage now.
Hello everyone. Please let's wait for some time. She has a network issue. Okay, I can take your meet attendance now until she is coming. Give me 1 minute time. Okay, let's take it later. Joy has come. Hello, Joy, are you there? No, we are not taking the attendance now. I will take it later.
Okay. Okay. Hi. Sorry. I apologize, everyone. My laptop suddenly started rebooting. So I don't know, but I'm back. Okay. So let's quickly review and create. So that's just where we are. So just to review and create so that we can do something else. I know you guys are itching for something more complex. All right, so I've created my budget. So my monthly budget is all set up. Yeah. My monthly budget is all set up now. So anytime that I get anything, I'm close to spending $5, I'll get my first alert. Then whenever I'm close to spending my $80, 80% of it, I'll get an alert until I exceed it. Now, the fact that you set up $10 doesn't mean that when your resources are running and AWS sends you an alert that you're going to stop receiving this money is going to stop reading. No, this is just to alert you that you are within your spending limit and you have to do something about it. So that's basically what this assignment is about, setting up your cost management, because as a cloud engineer, you know that running these things are not very cheap at all. It costs per hour. Some resources are more expensive than the other. So you just have to understand how this billing works. All right, so that's it for this particular one. So we'll move on to the next one, the one that let's get our hands more dirty. Let's go to assignment 20. All right. So deploying personal portfolio website. Now, at the end of this assignment, a lot of people would go in and create their own portfolio website, which is good because that is you are practicalizing what we have learned. Right. So in this assignment, we're going to deploy a static portfolio website quickly and reliably using Amazon S3 static website hosting. Now, the first time, if you may have deployed website or whatever we deployed before, you use EC2 instance, right? But this time around, we're going to use another services of AWS, which is S3 bucket, a storage service. We're going to use it to deploy an S3 website hosting. We're going to use it to deploy website. All right. So now look at this. You have been asked to deploy a static personal portfolio website quickly.
Hello, Joy. Can you hear
Yes.
me?
Oh, I'm
Hey,
not sharing my screen.
you're not sharing your screen.
I'm so sorry. All right. So you have been asked to deploy the static portfolio website quickly and reliably using AWS. Now you will download the portfolio template, right? This one, we're not going to give it, you're not going to get it from GitHub, right? We're not going to put the source code in GitHub. We're going to download it, and then we'll create an S3 bucket. Then we upload the static files and enable S3 static web hosting. S3 bucket is one of the cheapest services in AWS, which if you have the interest of creating your own portfolio website and hosting it in S3 bucket, just pay attention to this class so that you can start recalibrating all your work, putting it together in one place and allowing people view it. So we'll configure a read access and validate the deployment through the S3 website endpoint. So this is all we are going to do. We are going to host a portfolio website. Instead of EC2 instance, we are going to use an S3 bucket to host it, and we enable it and use the endpoint, the S3 bucket endpoint, to allow it to be accessible from the web, right? So I like to do this anytime because a lot of people ask, where do I get solution documents? Please, this is it once again. Just keep going down. You will see it here. It's always number 10. All right. So let's open up this one and start working. Now, while we are doing this assignment, I'm going to be explaining some AWS concepts that will come across, right? Anytime we get to anyone that I feel like, yes, we should be able to analyze this more, I will do that. It's not just about replicating what I have done or copying the commands that I've put in place and putting it out there and getting good results. You need to understand why you are doing what you're doing. Why did I run this command? Why did I do this? So let's just take our time and be doing it. So the very first thing to do is to get our source code. Like I mentioned, this source code is not on GitHub this time around. It's just something you can easily download into your local system. So this is it here. So we're going to download it. We are not cloning. Though we can clone it, it's a two-way thing. So let me show you from here, from task 1. So in task 1, you're going to open the Git repo. Oh, yeah, but we're going to download it anyway. So I'll go to the Git repository. So this is the repo that we are working with, Praveen Mishra portfolio. That's what we are deploying. So you click on code here. You will see download zip. We are not copying to clone. We are downloading. There is a reason we are choosing not to clone first, because you need to be able to learn how to upload things from your local machine into your S3 bucket. And if we clone directly, it's not going to work. And, so we're going to use this. So just click on this and it will download. If you look at this place, you see that this file is downloading already. So look at it here. I have it downloaded in here. If you go to my folder, my file explorer, you will see it downloaded here as a zipped file. All right, so the first thing we'll do is we're going to extract it. So right click and then you extract all of it. So just leave it at default, or if you want to move this to another folder, you could just browse and then add it to any folder that you choose. But for now, this is okay. So I'll leave it at here, extract. So now we've extracted the templates that we are going to be using. So this is it here, right? So now we have our source code, which is the foundation of everything. So now that we have our source code from GitHub, remember this is what I did. I just downloaded zip and then went to my file explorer and I extracted it, simple and clean. So having done that, now there are two ways that you can copy this, you can extract this. I just showed you one, which is right clicking and then you do that. So this one you can clone as well, but like I said, I don't want us to clone it. I have my reasons. You can clone it because once you clone it into your local system. It's simple though. Clone it into your local system, extract it there using zip. You have to install zip. So once you install zip, you run a command and then it will extract. So, but either ways, the most important thing is that you now have this in your local system, right? So now that we have it here, we're going to start working from it. So let me open my terminal here. And I think I already have this inside week 5. Okay, so easy for me to locate. So let's use git bash. Okay, all right, so I have this somewhere in week 5. ls. Okay, so I have it in week 5 demo. CD this. It's a whole lot of process. I just don't know the full path. All right, see what is in there. So this is the template here. I have it here already. So I'll sit into it. Okay, ls. So let me clear my screen a little bit. Now, it is a good practice that anytime you have a source code you're working with, one of the things that I like to do is to look at the readme, readme.md. Cat readme.md. Cat is going to print out this readme. All right. So this readme gives you basic instructions. A lot of people just get their source code and they start working. Maybe probably you call in ChatGPT first so that we can do it together. While that is a practice that you can adopt, but reading readme it's going to save you. Now, once you open this, it tells you what this is about. This repository contains a clean, personal looking static websites used in DevOps micro internship week 1. So Linux basics, Nginx hosting, deployment proof, ownership, and all that. Students deploy this website on an Ubuntu VM using Nginx. Now, as you're reading this, the first thing you should know is that 1, I need an Ubuntu VM. 2, I need Nginx, right? At least I need to keep it alive for 24 hours. The reason I'm mentioning this is that subsequently you're going to get an assignment that doesn't have explicit step-by-step instructions anymore in Udemy. In my cohort, it was like that because now you should be able to analyze your code. You should be able to know what to do with it. The README would always provide clear instructions for you. Now, for me here, I know that this was used in week 1. So for week 1, I needed an Ubuntu VM. So you read all this. Who is this for? What will you build? And all that and all that. So README is always something that is very, very important for you to do. How the data is generated and all that. So I just wanted to mention it so that anytime you get your source code and then you run ls, you see every other thing. Now you know that you have index of one. How many index of HTML? How many HTML files? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You know that you can open all this. So README becomes your helping hand. All right. So now that we have our source code in our terminal, the next thing we are going to do is to create an S3 bucket for web hosting. So we are going to host, we now have the source code we're about to host. So the next thing is to create an S3 bucket. Now this S3 bucket, you can create it with commands on your terminal, but we're not going to do that. So we're going to create it from AWS because AWS is what we are doing today. So we'll go to AWS and then let's see. Let me go to AWS and I search S3. All right, so this is it here, scalable storage in the cloud. All right, so first, another thing I want to mention is region. Anytime you want to create any resources, be it EC2 instance, whatever, this region is important because half the time you should be providing the region where you're working. So take note of this. We are doing this in EU North 1. So this is the region where we're going to work. Now, one of the other reasons I'm mentioning this is because in naming conventions, you need to add the region that you're using to deploy this. So just take note that we are doing this in EU North 1. That's Stockholm, right? EU North 1. You don't have to use EU North 1, but just know that you need to have an idea of what region you're using. You can pick any of these regions that are available to your account. All right, so we are going to create a bucket. So we are creating a general purpose bucket. This is recommended for most use cases and access pattern. General buckets are the original bucket type. So we are using general bucket here. So we'll give it a name. Let me pick a name that we have provisioned already. So we'll create bucket, search, bucket namespace, leave the default and all that. I want to find the name that was used. Okay. Yeah, so this is the naming convention you're supposed to use. Set the bucket name like this. This is the name of the portfolio that we are doing. Then you add your name and then the region. If you look at the screenshot, this is it. So let me just set it up here. Portfolio website, I'll add my name and what region. So if for whatever reason I don't want to deploy in EU North 1, I have to switch over to whatever region I choose and then use it, then attach that region to the name. So I'll do this. Then region is EU North 1. EU North 1. Is this how it's written? I need to confirm. EU North 1, yeah. All right, so what is my name? Joy Ukbabi. Joy. Okay, let's just leave it at Joy. So private portfolio Joy. So just put your name. When you're giving it a name, just attach your name to it. All right. So we've picked a name now. Now this block all access, we're going to uncheck it. I want to explain something from here. So after picking the name here, so ownership, leave the default selected ACL. Please, we are not changing this ACL disabled, just leave it like that. We're going to uncheck this block all access. We're going to open it later. There is a reason for that. Now we acknowledge, we acknowledge this box. We're going to check it. Then bucket versioning, we are going to disable it. Now this is the reason. Bucket versioning allows you to do something that looks like what Git does, that stores version. Let's say you deploy something in S3 buckets, it creates a snapshot of it, gives you version 1. You create another one, you get another version. If for whatever reason you want to revert to the previous version, you'll revert to it. But if you enable bucket versioning, that you're going to be charged for it. So in our case, we don't need bucket versioning. So we're going to leave it as disabled. Then default encryption, leave the sides encryption like that. Then create the bucket. All right, so it's as simple as that. We are going to uncheck this. Let me look at the explanation. Says an S3 bucket, simple storage service bucket, is a container used to store files such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, images, and videos. Think of this as a folder in the cloud where your website files are kept. Usually, we use S3 buckets. They are very suitable for static websites. So any files that looks like files that has HTML, CSS, just like our source code has here. If you look at the source code that we have, so you see that our source code has all these HTML files. So S3 bucket is quite suitable to use for the deployment. So uncheck this box. All right, so take it from begin. General purpose, this. So this here, only buckets in a certain configuration are copied. If you have another bucket where you're transferring things from, you can use this feature here. So bucket versioning, please leave it disabled. If you enable it, you're going to get an actual extra cost. It says that versioning is a means of keeping multiple variants of an object in the same bucket. You can use versioning to preserve, retrieve rather, and restore every version of every object stored in your Amazon S3 bucket. With versioning, you can easily recover from both unintended user action and application failure. Yes, even though this sounds amazing and is a very good feature, but for our user case, it's not necessary, right? Because this is more than enough for us. So leave all these ones, leave this the way it is, leave these configurations and create your bucket. So it says must not contain uppercase. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's see, bucket name must start with a lowercase or number. The bucket name contains characters that aren't valid. Yes, I have changed it. Let's see. I'll change it again. Folio. Joy. Sorry. EU North. EU North. 1. Okay, let me see why is flagging my name. Must start with lowercase, yes. Or let me use underscore. Let's see. We're going to take that underscore joy. So one bucket name contains why is it flagging my name? Okay, I'm going to use the exact name that I use. I hope I'm not hosting something with that same name. Grabbing portfolio joy -1. Okay. So why is it flagging my name? Give me one moment. Let me be sure that this is typed properly. AU North 1. This is right. Okay. Without wasting the time that I don't have, I will tell Claude to correct this naming convention for me. Correct this naming for Amazon S3. So why is it not taking you? You want to keep your name in its ownership and traceability. You're already tagging the bucket with region metadata. Okay, let me try this one and see what is going to take it. Not taking this. S3 bucket is always very specific about naming conventions. So let me just see why this. Let me see what I should take this one. Okay, so it did. What is different? Joy Pravin portfolio Okwabi. All right, so please, when you're creating your own, just be very careful of the naming convention and see what it will accept. All right, so all things being equal, being correct. All right, so let's create bucket. Okay, so our bucket is being created. Bucket is created. All right, so I've successfully created my S3, my bucket here. Now my bucket is still empty. So if you look at this is my bucket, properties. So this will just give you the data, everything here. So but objects are the things that I'm about to add to my bucket. So if you click on upload a bucket, we can actually just upload it. So, but before we do that, there are 2 ways that you can upload your S3 buckets. Yeah, I even mentioned this already. The S3 bucket names share one global namespace. This means every bucket name must be unique across all AWS accounts, which means if one person have taken one S3 bucket name, you cannot repeat it. So you saw what just happened right now. So general purpose, that's what we are taking. By default, AWS blocks public access to private data. So since this bucket will host a static website, visitors must be able to access websites. So on checking the box, block all access allows you to later grant public access. So for now, I'm going to grant it later, but let's just keep it blocked for now. So bucket versioning, I already told why we are doing this. We don't really need to create different versions of our objects because for cost sake and all that. So this is S3 bucket key. Every S3 bucket you create comes with a server-sided key. So we are going to leave it like that. No need to change it. Right. So once we are done, the next thing is to upload our website file to the bucket. So remember that the files that we are adding is our static website, right? So I mentioned that there are two ways you can use to upload objects into S3 bucket. The first one is through AWS console UI. So which is when you open your AWS, we click upload. So we're going to do that. So this is it here. You just click on upload. It will take it to your computer, right? So we'll add the files, then we'll add folders later. So select all files inside Pravimishra templates, all these ones, then you add it. You can drag and drop. All right. So let's try to do that right away. Okay. So upload. Now remember that you must unzip that file before you start uploading them. You have to unzip it first, which was why I did that at the very beginning. So wait, what took me here? Bucket. It's my bucket. Okay. File name. All right, so you come back here and click bucket upload. You must add file's name to this before you upload it. Add file name before they want to upload. Okay, what do we call this now? Let me pick what I have called it from here and see. Joy's portfolio website upload. Oh, what's this? Let me use this as a name. I don't know why this is asking for this. Wait, hold on. Because I don't really need to give all these names. Upload, then I'll add files first. Okay. Select downloads, extracted. So this is extracted already. No, this wouldn't come as a folder. I want to upload file first because this follows a convention. Yeah. Okay. So I'll copy everything that I have here. Index, privacy, readme. Okay, so let me open it, hide the preview pan. Okay, so I want to ensure that I have everything here. So I'll just highlight them. I think that's all. Open. So simple. Just to highlight everything. Now, if you see here, you notice that this doesn't have its remaining folder, right? The folder that has images. So I need to compare with what I have here to be sure that I got everything. But the only difference is that this particular folder that I'm working with has an extra file here, which I'm going to upload later when I need to do that. Okay, so something is missing here. One folder is missing, which is the one that contains the images. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So let me confirm that I have everything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, this is complete. Images. Add a folder. Yeah. So this one wasn't uploaded. Yes, upload. So I should have 13, yes. So you upload the files separately using add files. Then you use this one to upload the folders, because the images that came with the images that this thing has, you're going to have, everything is supposed to add up. So at the end of the day, you should have 13 files added here. So let's go to my bucket. I actually want to leave without uploading, sorry. Okay, so I'll upload them. So we'll give it some time. All right, so all our files are here now. Files and folders are here. So I want to go back to my bucket so I can see all my files in one place. So everything is in here. The images is the folder, the last one I added. And then these are the static files that are here, and the dates that were modified, and the sizes, and the storage class. So this is good. Now we've been able to upload this one. So after you upload your folders, your files, the next thing you're going to do is, now, okay, I talked about 2 methods, right? Where you can upload using AWS CLI. But the steps are, if you haven't configured your AWS CLI before, this may not really work, but it's easy to configure. All you need to do, since we are in the AWS week, so I'll just show you. Now, if you want to authenticate your AWS account to your terminal, so you come back here. First of all, you create security credentials. You click on it. Then it will take you to IAM console. So this IAM console allows you to create access keys. Then you come back to here, create access keys. So this is just me showing you command line interface. Agree that you understand. Then you create it. You add a value. So you have access key, you have secret key. So you need to use it to configure your CLI. I'm not going to configure mine, but I'll just show you because mine is configured already. AWS configure. So once you run this command, you paste your access key, you press enter, you paste your secret key, you add you add your EU North or any region that you're using, then you pick JSON. So once you do that, then you'll be able to configure your AWS CLI, because if you're using number 2, you must be able to do that, because that allows you to authenticate your local machine with your AWS CLI. So you have to do that first. Once you do it, then you navigate into that folder, then run this command. If you run this command, AWS s3.s3, then you put your bucket name here. Now, this is an option of this very same thing. If you copy this and add .git, it means that you're excluding the file .git in here. Now, if you come to this place and run ls minus la, sorry, ls la, then you see all my hidden folders. Once you run this command ls-la, it means to give you a longer view and show you even hidden files. Longer view would give you file ownership. It gives you the ID number, when it was created, and even hidden files. So if I want to exclude .git, because I don't really need .git as on my website, it's not going to hurt. But if I want to remove it, I don't want to upload it together. So I'd include that command. So that command would exclude .git and then I'll upload. Once I've uploaded, I'll run this command to verify it. So let's see, let's try that. What is the name of this bucket that I created? So I don't need this access key anymore. Because if I do need it, I have to copy it and save it somewhere, because once I exit this place, I would not be able to get it back. So I have to recreate another one if I don't have it saved anywhere else. So come back here, I have a bucket. What's my bucket name? All right. So I need to run this command to show me what I have on. Oh, I don't have access to do this here. Okay, so what I wanted to do is to replace my bucket name with this. Once I run it, AWS would to go and search all the things inside this folder. AWS S3, this is the command ls, that's list what is inside this. So once you run this command, it will list everything. This is a very good way for you to confirm that just by running this command to transfer things from your local system to your S3 bucket, whether it's successful. Although while it's transferring, you're going to see it right there. The same way that when you're transferring with SCP command, you get to see it. So you run this command and you'll be able to view everything that you're transferring, right? So you look at it from my view here, you see that this is being uploaded, right? So after uploading this, now S3 Bucket has a way of arranging their files, which was the reasons that I uploaded files first before I uploaded folder, because there is a way that the root is being arranged. Now, it said upload content, not the folder. When you're uploading through AWS console, open the folder template like I did. Select everything inside and not the folder itself. So you can't copy this. When you click upload and S3 bucket brings you here, do not copy this folder. Don't just pick up this folder, select it and take it to S3 bucket. No, if you create it like that, you're going to get errors because S3 bucket serves the files inside serves a file inside its root folder, not you creating another folder and then nesting it inside. So you have to open this up and copy it and upload it in there. That's a convention. When you're doing the same thing for folder, notice that once you selected upload folder and you selected this folder, it still emptied the folder for you and gave you extra 8 items to make it 13, right? Yeah, 13. So you have to, when you're uploading a file, please open it up. Don't send it up like this. So that's one. And then why must index.html be at the bucket root? When someone visits your website, S3 automatically looks for the file you configured as the index document, which is usually index.html like we have. And this must be in the root of the bucket. If that file is inside another folder, S3 cannot locate it and your website will not load correctly. So S3 will not load correctly. That's why you have to open it up, because once someone visits your website, they are looking for your index.html file. And if you don't find it, once it's not there on S3 bucket root, it will throw an error. So that's why you don't upload the folder, you upload it as a file. All right, so all of these ones are easy. Okay, so there is another command in case you choose the second part and you're running AWS S3 CP. You're using CP instead of sync. There are 2 commands to use, sync and CP. So if you use this one, recursively tells CLI to copy all the files and folder inside a current directory. Once you have dot here, it means current directory. So this command tells AWS to copy dots, that's recursively everything inside this current folder where you are. For instance, here, if I run pwd this is where I am. It tells me present working directory, this is where I am. So if I run any command and I put dots in it, that command tells it to copy recursively everything that I have in here and then transfer it to whichever resources I am sending it to, be it EC2 or anywhere. So once you're able to move it, then we are good to go. So let's move to task 4. Enable static website hosting. Then add index plus error document. So this one, if you look at my document here, the one that I was using here, I have error.html. So what does this error.html do? Now for our website here, the main thing that we are serving is index.html along with our images and other HTML file, which is privacy and all that. Now, when someone comes to your folder and, okay, let me open that. Let me open that error.html so that you see what is in there. Cat error.html. So when somebody comes to your website and they start looking for what you're not serving, maybe they are looking for extra feature like dashboard, or they are looking for maybe sign-in page, whatever is not defined in your index of HTML, instead of throwing error 404, it will return to the home page. You should see this code very well. So page not found, return to home page. So it will still serve it to your website. That's why we are creating this error.html. I think I have it in here, the exact file. So enable static web hosting first. Now turn on your S3 web hosting so that S3 can serve your site. We're going to do that. Open your website in your bucket in S3. Click on Properties tab, which is this. Then scroll down to do enable hosting and edit. We'll select enable, and then hosting type is host a static website. Then this is it. So we'll do it right away. We'll set it at index.html. We'll set to error document. We'll do this one. We'll be able to create this document later. So he said, if your template doesn't include an error.html file, create a simple one. That's the instruction from Udemy. So we're going to create it here. I gave it to you, the exact file that I used. You run this command, nano HTML, then you add this, and then you add this. So you save, you just copy all of them from here, straight up, add it into your nano, and then you save it and you exit. So this is it here. Then you upload it, right? So we're going to do it first because now I use the downloaded folder that I just downloaded from GitHub that didn't have this error.html. So two things that I can do, since my AWS is configured, so I'll just run this command and copy only error.html instead of using recursively, or I create from scratch. So which would make me do this. So I'm creating from scratch. I need to open, okay, instead of talking, let me find the exact folder that I used, which is a cd dot dot. So that should be in downloads, cd dot dot slash dot dot. So let's see, cd downloads. I want to open the static website so that I can create error.html file inside it before I configure the web hosting. So we need to do that, upload it first. Clear. I just want to make sure that I have this in here. Okay, so this is it here. The main one, this one is zip. Then this is second one, the one without error.html. So I'll copy it here, clear my screen a bit. CD. Okay, so this path is wrong, so I'll do it from here. I'll copy the path from here. It has main on it. Okay, so let me copy the full path. CD downloads. Okay, this should work. Where is everybody always going to? Right. So I'll delete this. Hyphen main. I'm just setting my commands so that user/admin. Okay, first of all, if it throws an error, then I'll know that this will not find it. Control C. Just give me a moment to find this. Main, this one. See there. Why is it not picking it up? Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. Instead of creating this error.html that I already have, so I will just copy this one, copy the one that I have into the folder. Okay. Let's give me a moment, please. Possibly, all right. So ls week 5. Okay. So, but if you're doing this afresh, you already know what to do. Use Nano to create the empty file. So just add it. Let me clear my screen a bit. All right, so what I would do is run this command, find the name. Okay. So I'll use this command here to upload it from AWS CLI. Yeah, let me remove Git since I'm already doing that. So copy, where is my notes? So what I want to do is to arrange the command, just replace, add and replace. Okay, so I find the name of my bucket, which is this. Okay, and add it. EU Central one. Okay. Control C. I want to make sure that there is no C, there's no space after the command. Okay, there is one. Okay, so let me run it from here. So what it will do is that it's going to replace everything that I already have in there, to overwrite it. All right. So let me go to S3 bucket. Let me see what is in there. Refresh the bucket page and see if I have it now. refresh. Okay. Okay, so I have it here now. So what I did was I copied everything that I have in the other folder and moved it here so that I can get my error.html. Now, the reason I did that, if you run that command, it would upload and overwrite this one. So you have a new set of files here. Still the same thing, still everything that I need. All right, so now my buckets are incomplete. So error.html file, I need to upload. I need to upload my folders. Okay. Yeah, so I'll upload it. When I overwrote the other ones, it just copied. It wasn't complete. So let me add a folder so that it can be 13 altogether. Okay. Let's go to bucket. No, I shouldn't have only 7. Okay. 8. Then the previous one should be. Sorry, give me a moment. Error.html, images, index, privacy, readme, and so I don't need to have readme here. All right, so let me delete readme. When I ran recursively, copied everything that I have. So let's remove readme. Copy, paste it here. All right, so I should have 6 now. The previous 5 plus this one now. Yeah, so this is what I should have. Terms, start of CSS, privacy, index, images. This images is a folder error. So if I click on it, I have everything in here. So my objects are complete. So we'll go to properties tab. Let's do it from here. Select Joy. Okay. All right, so we'll go to properties. So I want to enable static hosting. So you go down, which I think is very much down here. So edit, you click on edit. You see that it's disabled. So I have to enable it here because if you want this to be able to show, you have to enable it. Then index.html, index.html. And now I have error.html. All right. So these static rules here, I need to make sure that we are not adding these new rules. So right after uploading, enable, then set hosting type to host a static website. Okay. Error.html. Click changes. Scroll back to static website hosting to view and copy the generated URL. Okay. All right. So I want to make sure that, yeah. So this is what I was looking for. Host a static website. Make sure that it's clicked. This one is enabled. Index.html. If you don't have this error.html, you don't have to put it. It's optional, but we do have it. So we'll save changes. So now that this has been done, we're going to get a bucket URL here. I think bucket URL should be down here. So this is our bucket URL, the endpoint here. So it is this endpoint that people can access before they'd be able to get to our website. But if you click on it now, we are going to get an error. Let me click on it to show you something. Now, error 403 forbidden. Now, there is a reason we have this 403 forbidden. Look at here, you said access denied, message denied with your request ID and your host ID. Now, why do we have access denied here, 403 forbidden? Is because there is no authorization to view this. If it was EC2, you'd be looking for your security group, right? But this one, the S3 bucket, needs a rule. It needs IAM permission. It needs a permission, and we haven't added it here. So coming to the endpoint to view this website is not going to work because you don't have access to do it. That's why we need to enable IAM. So let's check it here. So website endpoint is the way that visitors, if we configure the DNS, then the endpoint can no longer be used directly. You can now use your DNS. That's what's it called? Your domain name, right? But for now, we can view it using the endpoints that AWS has provided. So this one, so test it here. We've tested the endpoint to see that it works. The page loaded instead of homepage. I actually did that here, confirming that S3 bucket correctly attempted to serve the site, and it fell back to configure error document. However, the page content itself shows AWS own raw error output, not a custom error page, meaning the error page is inaccessible. It's inaccessible because we haven't enabled it yet. Now, this error document that we provided here, this error.html, was if somebody comes to our website, instead of it to return this error, it's going to return back index.html. But we've not given it the permission to do that. So AWS error message automatically showed up here. So the next thing we are going to do is what's this? Task 5, which is to make the website public by adding the bucket policy here. So we're going to create a bucket policy. If it was in EC2, like I said, you'll be creating your security group, but we're going to add a bucket policy. So the goal is to allow public read access so that anyone can load the site. So we're going to go to permission, and then we'll add a permission here. So I think I have a block, permission block posted here. Oh, I didn't provide it for you guys. Oh, all right. So scroll down to bucket policy, click edit, which is this. So I'm supposed to provide this permission here for you guys. So I would extract it from my screenshot and then I'll provide it later. But let me see if it was provided here. Task 5. Yes, it is provided here. So you just copy this. One moment. Task. Yeah, so you just copy this policy here. So if you look at this, it says here, allow. So this is what allows you to do. So action is to get S3 bucket objects. So allows you to see what is inside this S3 bucket. So I'm going to copy this. So we are replacing this with your bucket's name. So be very careful not to copy it and paste with the placeholder. So when you copy it here, put it somewhere where you can edit it and add your bucket's name. So I'll do that. I'll find my notepad. So my bucket's name is this. Okay, so all right, so bucket name is created. I wanted to check if there is any error in the typography or anything. So come back here and add it. So let's go to permission. Let's go to the permission tab. Now, this is where your endpoint is in case you start looking for it. So just scroll down, you will see your endpoint here because that's how you're going to access this bucket. So come to permission here. Edit policy. So inside this box, you just add it here, right? Add it here and save changes. Your bucket policy changes can be, so you either have permission to edit the bucket policy. I don't have the permission. Hold on, I want to see why I'm getting such error. Control Z. Effect alarm. Add policy. Unexpected error occurred. It's not supposed to do that. Okay, I'll try it again. My policy. Permission. Block all access is on. Okay, I think that may be that. Save. Hold on before I make any major changes here. Yeah, this will still be unchecked later. Confirm. No. Add policy. Edit policy. Let's see. Yeah, the policy. I was supposed to unblock access first before I save my policy, right? So let me see whether that is in the order here. So yeah, under unblock policy, that was why it couldn't allow me to add it. So you need to uncheck that box, right? So once you uncheck it, then you add your policy, add statement, and save it. So let's see whether our website is live now. That our bucket. Where is the endpoint URL again? Okay. So we are live, all right? So this is our website hosted in S3 bucket. So I'll give you a quick recap. Of course, we had hiccups here and there. I'll give you a quick recap before I end this particular class. But in the absence of that, can I see if anyone is still with me here? Can you give me a reaction if you're still here with me? Let me come back to the page. Give me a reaction if you're still here. All right. Hi, everyone. Okay, so quick recap. Please check the name. All right, so quick recap. All right, so this is what we did. We hosted static websites using S3 buckets. Now, S3 buckets is a form of storage for AWS. Now, S3 buckets is cheaper to use. You can have your website stored and you can even now go create your own website and host it using S3 buckets, right? It is cheaper. And if it's a website that has HTML, static website, it's very easy for you to use and do that. Now, for us to be able to do it, you need to have your templates, right? So your first you had to install your template or get your template from Git repository or from wherever you're getting it from. In our case here, we didn't want to clone. Well, I didn't want to clone, though I already have that template inside one of my folders. So for you, you can do it two ways. You can copy it and clone it into your local machine. That's fine. Or you can download it. If you download it direct, you have to extract it first. First step is have to be extracted because you cannot be serving a zipped file, a compressed file. You need to extract it first. Then, or if you're cloning, after you clone and extract everything, then you have to copy. So once you have these folders in there and you have all your files, the next thing you're going to do is to upload it in S3 bucket. Now you can't upload if you don't have an S3 bucket that is running already. So you create your S3 bucket. S3 bucket is very strict about naming conventions. So it means that you have to get your names correctly. Like in my case, I was having some hyphens that should not be there. So just take care that you follow a naming convention that S3 bucket accepts. So and for us here, you put the name of the website first, then you add your name, and then you must add the region that you're deploying in, that you're hosting in. So first of all, check what region you are. Just come back here to your AWS, click on your profile. Sorry, not on your profile. See the region here. So you need to know what region that you're hosting your bucket in. So once you do that, you create your own naming convention. You create it and then you set up your S3 bucket. After setting up your S3 bucket, moment of truth, you have to upload it. I showed you 2 ways to do that. I demonstrated even 2 of them using transferring from AWS CLI. Before you transfer to AWS CLI, you must make sure that your AWS CLI is configured, that you've been able to configure it. It's simple. You go to your profile and you create your credentials. Those access credentials is what is going to tell AWS that I know this person, this terminal that is this local machine that is about to connect to my AWS account. I have an authorization to do that. So when you run AWS configure, it allows you to enter your secret key, the access key. Once you do that, then your AWS is configured. Then you run AWS -- list. It will give you a list of, to return back your account for you to prove that you've been able to configure your CLI. Then you run the commands, the S3 bucket sync, or you use CP. Once you run that command, you will just watch it like we did here. So you run the S3 bucket command. One moment. Why is everybody always going to? So you run this command here, AWS S3 sync. So I use sync because I have these things already. You can use copy. When you use CP recursively, it will copy everything, both files and folders in here into your AWS account. So once it did that, it's copied all my files. Then I noticed that only files were copied, the folders were not copied. I came back to my S3 bucket and then use the upload version. So which means I've shown you 2 ways to upload it directly from your account, from S3 bucket account, or to upload it from your terminal. So once you do that, you come back, refresh the page, and you'll be able to find your buckets. So you'll be able to find the objects in your buckets. That's how AWS likes to call files. They call it bucket. So that's how we got here. After that, I had to enable static hosting because this is a static website. So you need to go back to S3 bucket and enable static hosting. Once the static hosting is enabled, then you have to define the file that you're uploading, which is the index.html file have to be defined, and the error.html. You don't need to have the error.html. It is optional, but I created that. Now, if you remember that the first time that I tried to access the endpoint, I got 403 error. That is an error.html provisioned by AWS to anytime you want to access it and it's not, you don't have the authorization. I've not added the bucket policy. It returns that error message. But in our own error, I gave it instruction to return cat error .html. So I gave it, the instruction was to return, it's going to return that page. If it doesn't, sorry, the page you're looking for doesn't exist. What's doing that? All right, so it brings you back to the index.html file, and that's it. You copy your endpoint. You come down, copy your endpoint, and you'd be able to view your static website. So that's a very simplistic way of deploying a website instead of using um one moment. So instead of you to deploy it with EC2, EC2 is more expensive. You go ahead and deploy using S3 bucket. So that is it for S3 hosting. I'm sure some people have questions, but maybe we'll take that later. So that's it for now, how we deploy using S3 bucket. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen now because I know that some people are already tired and want to have a little break. But if we are to continue, no problem. I'm here. Hi, Angela. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. I want to know if we are to do the next assignment or there is a little consideration for break. I don't know that. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. It's enjoy break though. Hello, give me a moment. Okay, this one. All right, so let's see. Let me just wait for Angela to let's deliberate to see whether we are taking a break or we are doing the third assignment. I'm seeing media attendance, food break. That's interesting. Media attendance. I see. A very long break. Interesting. Thank you, everyone. Hi, Angela. So I'll stop sharing my screen for now. And um, mhm. So I thought okay, am I muted? No. I thought we'll be talking about questions on hosting buckets, hosting websites, and everyone's talking about break. Okay, let's do this one. Okay, so just give us some time. So let's see whether, but while we are doing that, so the next assignment is we are now going to use EC2. Remember that this week is AWS week. So it means that we're going to be exploring a lot of AWS related assignment. In this week, we are going to deploy a two-tier architecture. We're going to deploy a three-tier. So this week, we're going to be migrating from simpler projects like the one we just did now. The next one we're going to do is also simpler, but the two-tier application is going to get a little bit more complex because we'll be creating database, and we're not just going to be using Nginx to serve only. We'll be using Nginx as a reverse proxy. So we're going to be building the back end, building the front end, and then, serving the database. So I would have loved to keep going, but during the week, if you have time, just try to join the session, because we're going to be doing something a little bit more complex. Right, so we're going to be doing particularly the 3-tier application. We're going to learn how to configure the front end, configure the back end, configure the database, and tie the 3 of them together and get only one entrance, which is have load balancer serve the application. So the complex AWS or bigger or higher AWS features that we haven't used before, this week we're going to be trying that, to be using auto scaling, the load balancer, and all of those things. It's going to be a very interesting, exciting week. So try to join the support session in the evening so that we can all do it together. All right, so just hang in there. Let's see whether we are going on a break or we are going to do one more assignment. There's still time. It's about 10:37 Nigerian time. What did you say is happening to your brain? Sudo system CTL reboot joy. Yeah, I'm adding me here. Don't reboot, so. Sudo body CTL. You guys are very creative. Okay, interesting. Non-static websites on S3 bucket under the free tier. I don't know about that. Okay, hi Angela. I was just gisting with them.
Hello, Joy.
Hello.
I think now we can have a 40 minutes break. After that, I will take the attendance and also you can continue with the next assignment.
All
So,
right. Okay
okay,
then.
guys, you can
Guys.
have 40 minutes break from now.
All right.
It's 3:08 p.m. here. I will add a timer so you can come back.
All right. See you guys in a minute. KFC buckets. Oh God, I beg.
Hello everyone, welcome back. If you are black, please type back in the chat. I will admit others. Let's wait 1 minute for others to join. Then I can take the attendance. Okay, there are some other people, I will attend them. Joy, are you there? Hello,
Hi,
Joy.
everyone.
We cannot see you. Hello, Joy. Okay, let's take the attendance. Joy, are you there? Okay, I will admit the other people. Okay, I'm adding the link. You can comment now. Guys, I have added the link. You can comment as week 6 mid attendance. For the people who join now, I will add it again. You only have 2 minutes. Please do it fast. I think Joy is here now. Guys, you only have 1 minute. Please mark the attendance.
Is it time?
We have started.
Oh, okay. Yeah, can I continue?
Wait, they are marking the attendance.
Oh, okay. Oh, good.
Looks like okay, the link has closed. So now we have to do is it mini finance?
Yes, mini finance.
Okay. Okay, guys, let's start the second demo. Deploying a mini finance in your EC2 instance. Joe is going to demonstrate it. So let's start.
Thank you, Angela. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. This is just another very quick one. So I'll share my screen right away and then start. Rather. Okay, so we're going, oh, I hope not. So we're going to deploy a static website in EC2. The previous assignment, we deployed a static website on S3 bucket. So this is an alternative to, we're going to configure a virtual machine, then use it to deploy a static website. So you have been asked to deploy the mini finance static website on AWS EC2 Linux virtual machine. Emphasis on Linux because there are other AMI images there. You will launch the server, configure network access, connect through SSH, install Nginx or Apache, deploy the GitHub source files to the web root, and confirm that the website is reachable through EC2 public IP address. So everything you need to do, need to know, it's in this real world scenario. For our website now, to make our server usable, we need to configure it. Configure network access, give it the right security group, connect it through SSH, install Nginx. Nginx may be our web server or we use Apache, same thing, same function rather. Deploy the code given to us. All right, so let's start. Task 1, we are going to launch an EC2 instance. So we'll launch an EC2 instance. All right, let's see. Let's go to instances. Then we'll launch an instance. So we'll call it mini finance server. Mini finance server. So as for the assignment, we are to use Linux OS. So we're going to pick, sorry, one moment. So we're going to use Ubuntu. So all of these ones are operating systems that are available. Look at Mac here, Amazon Linux, Windows, Red Hat, and also we're going to use Ubuntu. Then we'll pick free tier eligible. It's enough. The storage is enough for the little website I want to deploy. So this is enough. T3 micro will give us 2 vCPU, 1 GB memory, and current generation. So free eligible is okay. Now create a key pair. This key pair is what is going to authenticate we're going to use it over SSH, going to authenticate your local machine to your EC2. Without a key pair, you'd not be able to connect. So you can either create a new one. If you're creating, all you need to do is to just add a name here, and then you create. But if you're selecting, I'm going to use an old one. So you can pick any of this. Okay, let me create a new one here. So let's just call it mini finance. All right. Mini finance. Okay. So create the key. All right. So once I create the key, see it's downloaded automatically. So automatically to be my download folder. Would remember that this key is in download folder a bit later because the folder where it is going to be important as we go. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is to configure the network. So the network here, this is for this website, we need the website to be accessible. We need to be able to connect to the server, right? So we are going to use two network configurations. The first one is we are going to enable SSH, which is open port 22 rather, which would allow us to connect from over SSH. Then we are going to enable port 80, which would HTTP allow users to be able to access the website, right? So then for the network configuration, this part, in the next assignment, I'll go down deeper into talking about VPC, subnet, and all that. But for now, we're gonna stick with the default. So we enable auto IP address. This is very important. If while you were configuring your own, you find this disabled, just come here, edit, and then enable. One moment. So you come back here, toggle on it, you'll be able to enable the IP address. So for now, we use this
Hello, Joy. Yeah. Hello guys. Joy's laptop battery has died and there is no electricity. So me and Joy is going to do it. I'm going to demonstrate it. She will explain. Both of us will explain. Give us 1 minute to prepare. Hello guys,
Hi.
am I audible? If I'm
Yes, you
audible,
are.
please give me a thumbs up. Hello Joy, you're back.
Hello. Mhm.
Okay, let's start. I have prepared some things. I have prepared my AWS account. Let me share my
Okay.
screen. Okay guys, we are going to start again. Can you see my screen?
It's coming up. Okay. Hi, everyone. Apologies for the glitch. My laptop is just went off, so let's do it together. So first of all, we are going to launch an EC2 instance like we started. So we'll launch an EC2 instance.
Okay, I think they have seen what I have done.
Okay,
Launch
okay.
an
Oh, you've gone past. All right, go ahead, please.
sorry. Okay, first of all, you need to go to this AWS Management Console. After that, it is coming. Wait a minute, it is coming. Okay. Let's check for EC2 like this. Okay, you can see the EC2 appears here. Let's click there. And then now we are inside the EC2 console. So from there, we are going to launch an instance. For that, we are click on this. Okay, we are going to launch without a walkthrough. What happened to my network today? Okay, Joy, what was the name of our
Mini
instance?
finance. Yeah, we
Okay.
can call it mini finance.
I think my network is also bad today.
Some days are like that.
Okay, I have added the name. Then we are using Ubuntu, right?
Yes, we're using Ubuntu.
And then the machine image is this one. It is READY eligible. And then
Right.
instance type is T3 micro. You can select whatever free eligible you have. And then key pair login. Are we going to create? Oops. Page is unresponsive. Okay. So are we going to create a key pair?
Yes, let's create a new one.
Okay.
But anyone who has an old key pair can reuse it. You don't have to create key pairs all the time. Even if you have used it for another project, it's just an authentication.
I'm adding the key pair name like this, mini finance key pair, and I'm selecting ED25599 and then .pem. Then I'm selecting create key pair. It is downloaded in my downloads folder. After that, for now we are going with default network settings, right?
Yes, networking.
Okay, you can walk them through now.
We can do
I
it
will
from
just-
here.
So you can
Since
walk them. I will
okay,
share my screen.
okay, okay. So now we have enabled IP address. It's already enabled, so we don't have to change it. But if it's not enabled, you click on edit on the networking tab. Once you click on it, you open the next page that would allow you to edit it. You scroll down, you will see enable, you toggle on it and then pick enable. Without this, you create your virtual machine, it would not have an IP address. And if it doesn't have an IP address, there is no way for you to connect to it. Neither is there any way for users to be able to access it. So this part is very important. We'll leave it enabled. Then we'll come to security group. So we're going to use the default security group. We'll not be creating a new one. In the coming week, we'll be creating more intricate projects where we'll have to create different security groups. So this is fine. We enable SSH. Yeah, SSH for 22. Then one more security group. Yeah, anywhere. You can set this to your IP or you can set it to anywhere, but either of them is fine. All right, so let's set it at anywhere.
Yeah, if you are adding my IP, you need to check if it is changing.
Yes, it's one of the reasons I don't like to use my IP because it's not static. So chances are that it will change and you will not be able to connect. All right, so add another security group, or we can add it during the inbound rule. Or we can, yeah, we can add another one, add one more, HTTP. So HTTP, not HTTPS. You have to be careful of that because we don't We're not creating SSL certificate yet, so HTTP is fine. So port 80, and then that's fine. The storage is okay. Yes, HTTP. Okay, that's cool. So the storage is fine. We are not leaving it. This is enough for static webs for the websites we are deploying. Every other thing stays the way they are. So we'll launch our instance.
Okay, we are launching our instance now.
Yes. So this is why your instance gives 3/3. You have to wait for everything to turn, for it to initialize, for everything to be complete. So once this is created, we'll wait for like a minute or two, reload the instance page, then we'll see if it's ready to be used. So let's go to the instances and look at the details.
Okay, I'm refreshing the page. Let's see if it is initialized.
Okay.
Sorry, if it is ready.
Okay, it's fine. Is it ready? Okay, it's still initializing.
You can see here. Oh,
But while it is initializing, we can look at the properties that has been set out.
you can click this checkbox and look at it like this. Or you can just click on this instant ID as well. Like this.
Okay. So from the screen, we can see that we have a public IP address, right? So we have the instance type, the VPC, the subnet, instance ARN. Now, when you launch an EC2 instance, it isn't just about launching an EC2 instance. When you have an AWS account, it's you having a part of AWS, being part of AWS cloud platform. But what becomes important is your VPC, that's your virtual private network. In the next assignments, we are going to go into details of that. So the VPC is where you create all your resources. That's why there is always VPC attached to anything, because if you create EC2, it's inside a VPC. You create EKS, it's inside EC2. Security groups is inside VPC rather. So all your things are in your own private network, and then they can now be divided into subnets. But the details of that would be in the next assignment. So let's see if this has completely initialized so that we can SSH into the server. Is it running yet? Is it initialized yet?
It's still loading. It's a problem of my network.
There is, I don't know, I think it's looking like a global thing as of this morning.
I don't know. It's still initializing. Let me refresh it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So we're going to log in. What would you want to use? Any SSH clients, or do you want to connect from the AWS console?
Let's connect from AWS console today, if you need.
Okay. Okay. So AWS actually provides their own CLI where you can, instead of using a stuff like Git Bash or VS Code, we can easily connect from the AWS CLI and work on our project. Now, what makes one of the advantages of connecting from AWS is that you don't have to, sometimes when you run the chmod command, chmod 400, to change your key permission. When you run that, Git Bash sometimes throws an error because Git Bash is not an Ubuntu AMI. But because we are already on Ubuntu operating system, every Linux command is easily accepted.
Okay. From here, I'm going to connect to the Linux instance using in web browser. So I'm choosing EC2 instance connect. And here I'm selecting connect. So it will be open a new browser.
Yeah.
And guys, when you're doing the assignment, you can select any SSH method. Oops.
Yeah.
I think.
Easy
Yeah, I think.
network.
Yeah. I think we are also using
Let's
SSH.
let's use SSH. Uh,
Git bash. I'm opening my Git bash. Let me show my screen. Is it visible now?
yes, it is. It's bolder.
Okay. I have pasted the command I have copied.
Okay. So I know that we are very conversant with using this, just copying this command and putting it there. So what this command simply tells us is it tells SSH, that's secure shell, to use this key. That's why you have -i. Use this key called mini finance key to log into Ubuntu at your IP address. Ubuntu being the host name, then your IP. Now, without this key being downloaded in your own local machine, it's not going to work. And I think we need to navigate to download folder where this downloaded initially. Unless we are moving the key to a different
Okay, you
location.
can see here minifinance kp.pem. This is the file, keep a file downloaded. Here. Okay. Okay, now we can give yes here. Okay. Now we are inside our, oh sorry.
We need to run it from the download folder.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's fine.
Sorry about. Okay, I have navigated to the downloads folder. You can see it here. And then let me clear the screen. And then like this. Okay. Now we are
Yes.
inside your Ubuntu machine.
Right. Okay, let's configure it. Let's update it. Because anytime you launch a new EC2 instance, sometimes they come with old packages. And those packages are what you need when you want to install dependencies. Ubuntu would have to fetch it for you from their official site. If you don't refresh them, you might end up getting an older version. So that's why it's important for you to refresh the server by running sudo apt update and sudo apt upgrade -y to upgrade the server. The -y is just for you to avoid being asked. It's not like you have to add it at the beginning. So it's cool. Let's run and keep going.
Okay, you can see the progress from here.
Right. And if you take your time to see the upgrade that is happening there, you look at the packages. These are actually repositories of some of the packages that comes with Ubuntu servers. So it goes there to refresh it and get the latest versions of them. Should you need them, let's say you want to install Node.js or you want to install Nginx, the package managers ensures that you have the latest versions of them. That's why it's important for you to run this in a newly launched EC2 instance. At the end of the day, we get things like, say, installing new versions of config file. So this is not just running commands. You're actually doing this because there is an intent behind it.
Yeah. Okay, we are in the last 4%.
Yeah, we are almost there. We're almost there.
Yeah.
I think there's just a poor connection generally. It's not sweet at all.
Okay, we are done.
Okay.
Clear the screen. After that, we need to
All right.
install Nginx.
Yes, Nginx. Let's use Nginx.
Sudo apt
Nginx. So
install.
why do we need to install Nginx? We're about to serve a static website. We need a web server that will serve our website. So Nginx is a choice. Apache is also another one. So let's install Nginx.
Okay, Nginx is installed, and then we can enable Nginx.
Yes.
So systemctl enable Nginx. Okay. Then we can start it.
Yeah.
Sudo systemctl start Nginx. Then you can check the
Sudo. We are logged in. Okay. Yeah. So if you also want to do more authentication, you can check on the web browser. Can we quickly do that? Copy the IP address, check it on the web server and see. Because that will confirm that our security group is good. Nginx might be active in here. Oh yeah, core config me.
We are running this command and taking the public IP address of our server. Let me copy it and then we can check it. Open a new browser and then http:// and paste the IP address. Okay.
Yeah. So this improves two things. One, that Nginx is running. Two, that our HTTP is enabled. If HTTP is not enabled, you would not be able to get welcome to Nginx. It would throw an error. So that's it.
Do we need to clone now?
Yes, we need to clone.
Okay.
I think the source code is in Udemy.
This is the source code, right? This one, right?
Mini finance, yes.
Oh, let's check in Udemy as well.
All right, but that's the right one.
I cannot find it right now. Let's clone from here. Okay, guys, I'm going to clone from this mini finance repository from Cohort. I'm copying this one and then go back here. Hit clone. Okay.
All right.
I think before running this, they need to check if the Git is installed, right?
Yes. Yeah.
In some
Git minus some servers don't come with Git automatically installed.
So in case it is better if you are running this one first and install Git, and then you can clone this one. Okay, let me clear the screen. Or we can run ls and you can see mini finance is here, the folder. Let me clear the screen. And then we can navigate to this folder like this.
Yeah.
I think you know this. We need to type the tab. Press the tab.
Yeah. Yeah, that's correct.
Then we can confirm we are in the correct folder. I'm running pwd. Then you can see the full path for our mini finance folder. Okay, after that, let's go to Udemy.
We'll check the content thing. We are nearly done. We'll clear the Nginx root folder. And then
we have cloned it. Copy the website files to okay. var, I think it's var www.html, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Sudo rm. let's run ls and see the content of the mini finance before we clear Nginx.
Okay.
The practice will just enable us to know what kind of code we are
Let me
working
clear
with.
the screen first. And then we can run ls-a.
Yeah. Okay. One index.html, a readme here. Okay. It's just
These
one
are the
index of
5
HTML.
folders inside that.
Okay.
And you can see them with permissions here by running ls-l.
Yeah. And this is one of the reasons that we run chmod 755, because we need to change this permission that it has to read, write, and execute for Nginx so that it would be able to save the website and execute. So let's go.
Okay, let me clear the screen. Now we need to remove contents from this Nginx welcome page. For that,
Yeah.
rm-rf. Before that, we can check what is inside there. Let me run ls.
No.
Okay, you can see this file. We are going to remove it. rm sudo rm-rf www html star.
Now, without sudo, you would not have the permission to do this because we are logged in as Ubuntu. Once you create a virtual machine, you become a user called Ubuntu. If you need to go do away with sudo, you have to switch over and become a root user using a sudo su. So exactly. So who am I? Ubuntu. So that's why we need to add sudo so long as you're running as Ubuntu.
Okay, let's run this again. Sudo rm-rf www.html/star. Let me run that down. And now we can check, run this again. You can see no contents inside.
Yeah.
After that, we need to copy contents. From mini finance to this one, right?
Yes. -r. Recursively.
Sudo
So p-r. Dot mini finance.
will this sudo. Okay, let's try it.
It should work because we're in the current directory. So var/www/html.
Now
There's
let's run
double
ls.
slash. Yeah.
Okay. If we run ls here, you can see the same content in our mini finance folder. That means these things are successfully copied to this folder, web root folder, this one. Okay, after that, permissions.
Permissions and ownership.
Sudo chmod 755.
755. Yeah.
This one, right?
Yes.
Are you explaining this one? Oh,
Okay. Should I go ahead? Okay.
okay, please go ahead.
All right. So the chmod command is for permission, right? You want to use it to change, modify permission. So the 755 here, when we talk about permissions, is represented by three groups where we have the owner, then we have group, and then we have others. Each person, exactly. So what we have there that the first line represents whether this is a directory or a file. Once you see D, it tells you if this is a directory or if this is a file. Then the first three strings there represents the owner's permission. So I'm using .git now. Okay, let's use .html, the one below, the second to last one. So the D there tells us that this is a directory. The HTML, it's a directory. Then the RWX is the permission of the owner, which is read, write, and execute. So read and write, just as clear as it is. Execute is when you're dealing with a program for it to execute. Then for group, the permission that they have is, you see that there is a dash there. Dash means they don't have permission to, one permission is missing there, which is execute, which is write. So they only have execute and read. And then the last permission is X, which is execute only for that HTML. So when we run permission 755, we are giving read, write, execute for owner. Then each of these permission is represented by numbers. So when you go over your Linux, you should be able to know how these numbers came to be. The cumulative of 7, the 555. So that's why we're changing chmod 755. Then
Oh,
we change ownership. Chown.
okay.
That should be sudo chown. www.data. Okay. This current. Yeah, changes from this to this. I thought this should be www.data.
Sorry?
No, go ahead. We can run it first. It has a different variant than what I would run.
Oh, this one Ubuntu, right?
Yes, not Ubuntu. It should be www.data
Okay. Sorry.
-data. Yes. The first one is also same. Yeah, this should be correct. So this command is to change ownership, right? So chown change ownership, -r is recursively. That's everything inside this folder, migrate this ownership to this. So that's why you run these two commands are very important, 775 and then this change mode command, change ownership rather. Now Nginx becomes the owner. It can now do with it what we have given it permission to do.
Yeah.
So
You can confirm it
so
by running this ls-l command. Then you can see it. Yeah, it has changed.
yes, perfect.
Okay. Then
So we need to reload Nginx. Yeah, we need to reload Nginx. So like, okay, no, before we do that, we need to add Nginx configuration file or run Nginx -t.
okay.
Nginx configuration file. I don't know if you have any one there. that we can use a simple config that tells Nginx to listen to port 80. Yeah.
Is it sites available?
Yes, it is.
Slash
It should be, otherwise we
PC
can easily get
slash
okay.
Nginx.
Nginx.
Sites available.
Yes.
Okay.
New directory default sorted by name. No, not necessary. Should it be in default here? Should be here.
Okay,
In
let's
here.
create a
So we can get a simple configuration file and Nginx. We can use the charges to write the simplest one that tells it to listen to port 80. And
Did we have it in a
we have it in Linux.
Linux?
I think we have it in Linux. Yes, we do. We have it in Linux.
Deploy React app on Ubuntu. No, this is a
Yeah.
React app.
We should have it in React app or any portfolio website.
Yes, let's take the portfolio one because that
Okay.
one is React app.
Yes. Yeah, that one is React app. It's a bit different.
From here, you can take the configuration.
It's if it's not there, we can check in one of the solution documents. Would it be there?
Okay.
One of them will have it.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, it should be coming down.
Still loading.
Okay.
Okay, deploy installation. Verified sites.
Oh, this is not provided.
No, I think we can check these ad cities. Let's try once.
Okay. Let's see. We can run nginx -t, sudo nginx minus, okay. Sudo nginx -t. And so we're good. Syntax is okay and config test is fine. But we can reload and then call, yeah, reload nginx. Oh, -i. Okay, I config. I wanted us to get a site header. -i http double colon localhost / rather colon double / localhost here.
Yeah, it's working.
It gave us so much data.
Oh, give me 1 minute.
Okay.
This one curl. It is showing as 200 okay.
Exactly.
I added
okay, go
here before.
Okay.
Not up.
So what we done? Okay, go ahead.
No, I mean I didn't add uppercase here before. That's why.
Okay, that's why it failed. Okay. So
Yeah.
the essence of sending this command is when you run this command here, it's like you're sending a request to your local server to confirm. Now, when you see 200 is okay, it means that config is fine. The request comes back. Then it comes back with all this information to show you when this was deployed, the length, and all that. Connection is live. If you run it and you get error, you might get error 404, error 405. That's when you know that there is something you need to figure out. So I think we're good. We'll copy our IP address and then we'll see.
Okay, I ran this command to get our public IP address of the server. Let me copy it.
I think we have a page that we loaded Nginx from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can also reload this one. Yeah.
So we're good. Voila. We are good.
Yes.
So for the first assignment, we use S3 bucket to host a static website. Right. So these are just two ways of showing you how to host it easy. For S3 buckets, is a very different configuration steps that you have to take. Enable hosting, transfer to your bucket and all that. For using EC2, you need to make sure that your security is properly configured. One of the first roadblocks you're going to get is when you don't configure port 80. It means that the users would not be able to access it, right? And then when you don't run sudo nginx -t, your configuration, nginx configuration might have a syntax error there. If you run that command, you'll be able to pick it out and correct it before any other thing happens. So this is just a very clean way of doing this.
Okay, we can. Okay.
So I think we've completed the steps.
Yes, Joy, we did it.
Yeah. So this is just a very easy thing and all that.
Sorry guys if there was any mistakes because I didn't have any time to prepare.
There was
I
no,
just
it's fine.
did it.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, honestly. See, network could not prevail, could not keep us down. All right.
In live sessions, these kind of things can be happen.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right. So if there is any question, you can put it in there. We can always, during the question time, we can look at it either from the two ways, either from Nginx, running EC2 rather, or doing it via S3 buckets. So if you have any question based on what we have done, just put it in the comment section, and when the time comes, we can look at it.
I can unmute them. They can ask the questions.
Okay then.
Guys, I'm unmuting you, but if you okay. Please mute like when you're speaking other things. Because in last session I hear someone is shouting at this. I think son. Timothy, do you have any question? Yes, Amos, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for the class and also for the demo. My question is specifically based on what Joy did earlier. You know, before her system went off, she was while she was handling that, she said there was a reason she pointed out, but I didn't get very well why we shouldn't clone directly. I think there was something she was saying, but then this time around, we also cloned into the Ubuntu machine. So my question is, as in, is there any something she was trying to avoid? I don't know, so that I wouldn't, maybe at the end of the day, I wouldn't run into such kind of error. I don't know if there is something she was really trying to avoid. I didn't get exactly what she was saying that time.
What is that? You are muted.
Okay. Hi, Timothy. So I made that statement when we were talking about S3 buckets, right? Now, if you look at the S3 bucket interface, you see that S3 bucket provided an avenue where you can upload directly, right? And then also, if you want to transfer from your local system, you'd have to get the source code in your local system, then download it and all that. The reason I didn't want us to clone, I didn't want us to clone was that when you clone, the process is just longer, right? For you to clone, you have to do more. So that's why I didn't want us to do, not that there was anything wrong, but know that you can't do it from S3 buckets. Everything have to happen in your local machine first. You have to clone and then you have to extract. So I just gave you guys two different ways to do it. The other one is faster, download, extract, and then move it, upload it from S3 buckets. The other one, once you clone it, you copy, use SCP command to copy, sorry, you use CP command to move it from your terminal to your S3 bucket. And for you to do that, you need to configure your AWS CLI first so that AWS can sync your terminal to your CLI. So it's just a matter of long process. And the fact that S3 bucket does not enable cloning. You can't clone because there is no interface that allows that within the S3 bucket. But you have to move it from your local system into the S3 in two ways. It's either you're uploading directly from the S3 bucket or you have it in your system already. You're using command to transfer it in there. It's just a matter of process and then what S3 bucket allows. For this current one that we did, you can clone directly. There was something Angela mentioned. Some Ubuntu machine come with Git installed already. So if you do come with Git, you simply just clone and it goes. If it doesn't, if it throws an error, you run git ---- version. If you don't get any numbers as a return, if you don't get an nginx number version number, that means Git is not installed. You have to install Git and then try it again. Does it make sense to you? Is it clear? All right.
Yes, ma, it's clear. Then, but then on that EC2 part now that we git clone, then
Yeah.
is like, because I noticed that when she ran the ls command, both the git ignore, as in those git folders were there,
Yeah.
.git and those folders are there. Is there any implication? Like, does he have any side effect on the EC2 server?
No, first of all, those things, anytime you have a .git, it proves that at one point Git was tracking that file, right? Git created it. And once it starts with .git, it is a hidden file. So it doesn't really hurt it there. It's not going to save it. Your website is not going to save it because one, it is even in a hidden folder. It's not going to save it. And it is part of the source code you received. If you have a direct instruction to remove it, you run rm-rf. But .git indicates that this is a tracked file from Git. Or it doesn't hurt you. Even when I transferred from my local system to my S3 bucket, at first the .git was there and it was okay. It was when I was now transferring again that I decided, oh, I want to take it out. And then I took it out. Either ways is cool. All right. Someone else's hand is up.
All right.
Oh, there is Mike.
Here's
Okay.
Michael.
Yeah. Hi, Michael.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the lecture. Thank you. So I just want to double check. I want to know because I could observe that today's class, especially the site that we just launched now, is similar to what we did in I think that's week 3. So I just want to find out if you have to go through everything right from the beginning, does it require us to create a new account in AWS. And because I don't know if there will be need for us to, screenshot, for the assignment of this week. I just want to find out.
No, if there is anything like that, you just open your AWS account and give an evidence that you have an AWS account.
Oh,
So you don't need
right.
to create a new account if you do have one.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Emeka's son is up. You can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Yeah, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Yeah, thank you, Angela. Thank you so much for the demonstration so far. I've learned a whole lot, and I know I'm not the only one in this, current. The way I'm feeling, I'm so happy with the knowledge that have been passed on to us this morning. Thank you so much. We're grateful.
You're welcome.
Okay, I want to confirm. Okay, can we use on all along since we have been going through the exercises, I noticed we'll be using Nginx as a web server. Can we also use Apache or okay?
Yeah, definitely. I mentioned it during that. You can. All you need to do is to install it and update it. The command is a little bit different, but it's still systemctl that manages it. The package manager, is it different? No, it's not different. So you can use Apache. Okay, go ahead, Angela.
Package manager is different. The
Oh, is it?
command
Oh.
is httpd. I think you mean the package, right?
Yes, the
Not
package,
package
yes.
manager. It is httpd.
Oh, yes. It's a bit different. Yeah, that's just it. Is it systemctl that manages it? For the package man, yeah. Okay, yeah, so it's still the same. So it's different. The only thing is that the commands are different, but you can go ahead and use Apache if that's what you're comfortable with. Even assignment allows you to do that. Assignment said you can use Nginx or you can use Apache. So it's cool.
Which is better and preferred?
Oh, sorry, not package manager. It's package. Sorry.
Okay, package. Yeah.
Package manager, sorry.
The package manager is APT for Nginx, right? You're not sure. So is the same. You said which one is better? There is no better. They both do the same thing. They serve they just do the same thing. Just that you run a little bit of different commands. That's it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else?
Hello.
Okay, hello.
Yeah, good day, Joy and Anjana. You're doing well. Please, you mentioned something about reverse proxy earlier.
Yeah.
Where do we see that play a role here? Reverse proxy, as it were.
Okay, not on this assignment. In the next one, we will not be, yes, we are going to be configuring Nginx to do a little bit of a different type of work. You know, in this assignment, what we did was we cleared Nginx folder and copied our files into Nginx folder. But when we are using Nginx as a reverse proxy, we are not going to do that. The Nginx folder will remain and have what it has. So what Nginx does, it would accept the request, the user's request, go fetch the information from somewhere else. So instead of picking it within its root folder, which is var/www/html, Nginx wouldn't have it. It would pick it up, go get it from somewhere else. We do that when we have, so when we have database, when we have things like data, this one doesn't have a database. Nginx handles our files. But when we have a database and we are trying to protect our data as much as possible, so we're going to configure Nginx, even if you're able to somehow hack anything, all the levels of security that we're going to create would protect it down inside database where our files are. So Nginx would serve as a proxy in there.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate.
Yeah, thank you. If there's anyone else, you can unmute and
Hello.
Hello,
Only.
hi.
Hey, hi, Joy. Yeah, I think you guys are like without the power and without the network, you try to finish it off. That's a very good.
Honestly. Are you mute? I don't know. I can't hear you.
Kiran, you are muted.
Yeah, sorry, I think I got muted again. Yeah. So, what I want to ask is like, we know that why we have a command to check the Nginx is running out fine. But do we have any access logs like where we can like monitor it? I know while I worked with HTTP, we do used to have the access log, but for Nginx, it's in the same folder that we get access log that how many hits that we are getting to a server. Like that we can check it in any of the access logs or server logs or somewhere. Like if I say like multiple people using my IP today, like I just published my LinkedIn post with my IP address with where I deployed the application. I want to see how many hits been to that server, or how many people were being accessed. So can I see those details actually somewhere?
Yeah, you can see those details. Now, when you're actually managing servers, there are softwares that you can integrate. We have things like Prometheus and Grafana, where you
Yeah,
use to check your logs.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, Zimkins, Lokis, and all that.
yeah.
So, but when you run commands like I'm trying to remember because Linux actually has its own access, log and access. If you remember when we did production drills, there were commands that we ran, we're able to check what is happening within our server. So I don't have the commands offhand, but I'll provide it for you. There's Linux command for that, where you can check your logs and see how many requests that you're getting, at what time you got that request, and there is a log for that. If you do not want to use monitoring tools like Datadog or Prometheus and Grafana and all that,
Cool.
so you can
No,
do that.
yeah, fine.
Mm,
Thank you.
okay.
And maybe I think this the final question from me, sir. I don't know actually. I think if I am asking this question, if it is already covered, sorry for that. But I'm just trying to recall. I think while we doing this finance deployment, the mini finance application deployment, I think we tried to clear up the uh, sites available like etc sites available the nginx configuration file. Like why we supposed to do that actually? Like I could not recall actually. We did it previously, I think, but I could not recall. Sorry if I'm asking that.
Okay. We weren't trying to clear it. Wanted to check if Nginx has the right configuration file. Now remember that when you're configuring Nginx, you're giving it a port to listen to port 80. Now, there is a configuration file that you will have. It will tell Nginx, listen to port 80. It will tell Nginx that when somebody comes to this file, this site, and doesn't see this particular web page, return this type of message. So you just configure Nginx the way that you want it to behave. Now, Nginx comes with a pre-built configuration in that site/enable, which was what Angina opened. So we wanted to confirm that it is there. When you run Nginx minus, if you can change the configuration depending on what you want Nginx to do, how you want it to behave. So if you run Nginx minus T, it will check the config, it will check the syntax. If the syntax is clean, it will check if the configuration is correct and all that. So wanted to make sure that the configuration file that Nginx came with, it's good enough to work for our website. If it is not, we have the opportunity to clean it up, especially if we are running on different ports. So you can clean that up in the Nginx configuration file. That's what we're looking for. We're not trying to clean it. We wanted to make sure that we had the right one. If we don't, we can change it.
Perfect. Thank you. Yes.
You're right. You're welcome. Are we good?
Hello, Joy, good afternoon.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I think we need to do the peer review now.
Exactly.
And Kiran, also for your question, our next assignment is Epic Book. So in that assignment, we are going to explain it more. because we have it.
Yeah, we do.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, let me. Okay, Japet, you can ask that question after the peer review, please, because we don't have. Oh, sorry, I'm always muted.
It's fine.
There are 1-0. Okay. Okay, guys, I have opened the breakout rooms. You can join now. You can be there around 25 minutes. Please join.
Mm.
And do the peer review for week 5. Joy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking for that package for Apache.
Okay, yes, please.
For Ubuntu and Debian, it is showing as HTTPD, the package.
Okay.
And for Amazon Linux, it is showing as Apache 2.
Yum.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, oh,
Amazon Linux
Yum.
HTTPD. Ubuntu or Debian,
Okay.
it is Apache 2.
Okay. And everybody's so used to using Nginx that we tend to forget that Apache does the same thing as well.
Yeah, I think I first learned about Apache, then Nginx.
Really? I learned
Yeah.
Nginx first before Apache.
Like, I think I learned it from my university. Someone
Okay.
taught us. At that time, we used HTTPD, sudo
Yeah.
apt HTTPD.
That's a long command. HTTP.
And that time we used apt get install, apt-get install.
Okay.
So if we are using apt-get, it is not showing that progress bar.
Okay.
Guys, why are not
I
joining
think I'm
to
just
breakout?
reminded to.
Lot of people are here.
Yes, a lot of people are here.
Cannot you see the breakout rooms? What is the issue? You can
Let me
unmute yourself.
Let me check. Check breakout rooms and see. We have about 30 people here. We shouldn't.
Joy, can you be here for 2 minutes? I will be right back.
Yes, no problem. I'm here.
Okay.
Angela, good morning.
Hello, she's out. Stuck with
Okay.
me.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Like my breakout room is like empty. I'm with nobody there.
Oh,
Maybe you
really?
can actually rematch me.
Okay. You can just click on the breakout room and find someone that is one and join them.
Okay.
Can select a new one. Please, guys, join breakout room. The peer review time is very, very important. You can have an insight towards your assignment, what you're doing right. You can make a new friend. You can get an accountability partners. Breakout rooms are really very cool. I have a lot of people in here. 26 more people. Please join breakout rooms. Join breakout rooms so that you can evaluate yourselves. Share ideas. 25 people. See, you have so many people here. Let me see what is happening in the rooms. Please, this place is supposed to be empty. It's just about 20 minutes or less for the peer review. So go ahead and join one. Let me see. Okay. See, 22 people. The whole 22 shouldn't be in here.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Okay. So the thing is, I don't have an option to join a breakout room. Currently says the host has opened breakout rooms. Please wait to be assigned. So I
That's
don't
what
have
you're
that option.
getting.
Yeah. Because I tried to join the breakout room and for some reason I was logged out. I think someone had to let me back in. So when I came back, I don't have that option anymore.
Can you click on the breakout rooms and see
I
if you would get an option to join?
I don't even have like the option to even
Hello,
check
Joy.
the
Hello.
breakout room.
Yeah, hi, Arjun, I'm here. He's finding it
They
difficult
cannot.
to get
They
into
cannot
it.
manually add themselves.
Okay.
I
Okay.
will.
Okay, please add him and a couple of other people that are in the room.
Who mentioned that? Can you please tell your name?
Tonye. My name is Tonye.
Sorry.
Tone. Okay. To which room you need to go?
I actually don't know the breakout room I'm supposed to be in because I don't have an option here. I can't even see any.
Okay. I will add you. I will add you to room 2.
Oh, okay.
Is there anyone need to
I would have
go
to go and check.
in?
Yeah, Angela, please just rematch me because my breakout room is actually empty.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Same here. My network is quite very, very messy. So I wasn't able to. I'm just saying, please wait to be assigned. So please, if you can assign me to the breakout room too.
Okay. I will assign you.
I think network is just funny today.
Blessing, I have added you. Isiobi, I have added you as well to room 13.
We have a lot of people here. And about 18 people in. Can you try to reassign them, Angela? Maybe they are still facing the same thing.
Hello, Joy.
Yes?
Hey, can you check your WhatsApp?
Okay.
अश्विनी हो किती गरम झाल्यावर लावलेच किती वेळ
Hello everyone, welcome back. Let's wait for others to come back and then we can take our attendance. Okay, I think everyone is back. We can take our attendance, final attendance. I'll create the link. It is loading. Joy, are you there? Hello, Joy. Okay, it's coming. Guys, I'm sharing the link. Please quickly attend. I'm sharing the link again. Please mark the attendance. Okay, if you are done, please type done in the chat box. Joy, can you unmute now?
Yes. Hello.
Hello, Joy. Guys, please do it quickly. You have 1 minute. Okay, most of you have done. You have 30 seconds more. Guys, please do it quickly. Okay, we have done the attendance. Now it's time for the champion of the week, week 5. Let's see who is the champion from Group 1. The champion of Group 1 is Aziz Solaide Kafayat. Aziz, are you there? Oh, I need to unmute you. Aziz, if you are here, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm here.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you so
Congratulations.
much. Thank you. Thank you to my
Congratulations.
team. Thank you. Thank you, Joy. Thank you, Anjana. And thank you to my accountability partners. They've been amazing. Thank you so much.
Okay. And then from our Group 2, the champion is Taisir Auslati. Sorry, I think I pronounced it wrong. Taisir, I think you are here. We can see Taisir in every support session, every live session.
Yes,
I
I
think
am.
he's here. Hi, Taisir. Congratulations.
Hi,
Hi,
congratulations.
hi, Aniana. Hi, Joy. Thanks, Mom. Joy. I am so happy for this. I am anointing for this.
This is well deserved. Congratulations. Oh, yeah, I can see you.
Hi,
Oh, we can.
hi all.
Hi.
I am happy for this news. It was so hard for this week to achieve the assessment, but we go through, I hope.
Congrats. Congrats. It
Thank
is
you.
well deserved. Well deserved.
Thanks a lot.
Okay. Now it's time for the Group 3 champion. George Adimove Epebifi. I think George is here. I can see you.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm
Hi,
here.
George.
Hi. Thank you very
Congratulations.
much. I was not expecting this, but thank you so much for all you do for us. I must say that this program has really opened my eyes to a lot of things beyond what I thought. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so happy for you. I am so happy for you. Honestly, you're there in the live session, you're contributing, you're always working hard, your assignment is up to date. It is something to admire. So congratulations.
Thank you
Yeah, we
so
are
much.
so happy for you.
Thank you.
Thanks a
You are-
lot also for Mom Joy. She made effort to explain all things for all the week for the assessment.
You're welcome.
Okay, guys, congratulations everyone again. And I think if you have any questions, I think someone has question we couldn't answer that. If you have any other questions related to assignment, you can raise now. Looks like no one has any questions. And also I need to thank all of you for being with us. Today we have some network issues and other things, but we managed to do it. Thank you for everyone for believing in us and be here.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Please do well to join evening support session. This week is very important. We're going to be doing more complex things. Now we are jumping into a lot of cloud computing. So join us in the evening. Thank you so much.
Today evening or when, please?
Hi.
You mentioned this week evening. Is it today or next week evening?
No, next week. No, next week. No, come on. All of us are well spent. From Monday down to Thursday, we're going to be cooking so many hot stuff. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And also, guys, I need to mention an additional thing. When you are adding LinkedIn post, if you are using AI to do the fine tunes, please check after you copy paste before you post. Because I have seen when you are directly copy paste from ChatGPT or any other AI, if you're adding hashtags, it is mentioning as hashtag. So it is also appearing in your LinkedIn post. So be aware of those things. And also when you're adding comments, I have seen like AI's response as well. Like this is a good comment to add in this post. So please double check when you're pasting anything. Or before you are adding your prompt, you can say something like, please give me the direct comment or direct thing. So AI will not give you those things like, this is a good comment to add, this is a good reply to add. So as LinkedIn is a professional platform, you need to consider about these things. And from this week, you need to add some CIDRs like public IP addresses and also URLs like epicbook.com. So when you add in them, please keep in mind what I have said in the first day. So don't add them as like epicbook.com. Instead, you can add them as comma because sometimes your post will not appear. So also when you are adding public IP addresses, let's say it is 57.10.10.10. You can write it in your LinkedIn post like 57, 10, 10, and 10, instead of adding dots. Because LinkedIn, give me 1 minute. Sorry. So from this week, you need to add a lot of things like that. So you need to be aware of those things. Otherwise, your LinkedIn post may be blocked. So please consider about those things as well. And please, when you're adding post, please double check. And also when you're adding comments and replies, please double check. Otherwise, we can see AI's response as well. Okay. Guys, if you have any questions, you can raise now. Otherwise, we can wind up the meeting. Please raise your hand if you have any question. Yes, Shepard, please go ahead. Oh, I think you are the one who have had a question.
Okay, yes. Thank you, Anjana. Thank you, Joy, for today's section. It was so insightful. Yeah, please, I would like to ask regarding this S3 bucket, the Amazon AWS S3 bucket, can it be used to host a website that relies on database? Like maybe a website has both comprised of front end and back end.
No. No, S3 bucket is better for static sites. So it doesn't really take the kind of storage it has, doesn't really do what the database does.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So, for today's session, I missed out on the first attendance. So, I don't know how to reconcile that. Do I have to join in for tomorrow's session too? Because I don't know if the whole 3 attendance counts as one or. So I'm thinking of how I could reconcile that so that I could have my score on that.
Please, can you come again? I was distracted.
Yeah, so I said I missed out on today's first attendance because I had issues with my laptop. So but I joined in later on, a few hours, I think a few hours later. So, but I was able to participate in the mid and evening attendance. So I'm asking how I could reconcile that if I need to join in for tomorrow's session, because I don't know if all the 3 attendance counts as one.
No, actually, 3 attendance are marked separately. So actually, attendance is a one-time thing. We cannot add it manually again. So there will be no issue. And tomorrow we don't have a session. Tomorrow is Sunday.
Oh, okay. Because already I thought there is a session for those who miss classes on Saturdays. So that was why I asked.
No, actually we have.
Is it my network or Anjana's network?
Joe, did you say something? Please, no problem, because we are taking the attendance separately. So no issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I can. Okay, guys, I think no more questions. So we can wind up the meeting. Have a great weekend, everyone. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a nice weekend. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, guys.